Hello. Hello. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I'm going to say it again. I really am feeling it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. How the hell are we? How are we? We made it. Hello. Hello. Welcome. We're going to get some good reading done. Some good productivity done. What are you working on? What are you doing? What are you reading? Tell me all the things. Hello. I'm thinking I probably have like a couple more emails to send in our first sprint. And then pretty much it's going to be like catching up on tarot readings that people have ordered because I have a whole bunch to just send out. I've got a bunch to send out to the people. So I've got my workstation set up for me, which will be fun. I don't even think I've done, like, I have not been good about like my daily journaling and readings this week. It's just been a busy one. So I'm excited to like wind down and get back into just like chill weekend time, get some reading done. That would actually be lovely. I have not been reading much the last week or so. So I would love to find some time to read. I'm just excited to like rest, transition into some fun leisure time. What are we all doing? Working on reading Brimstone for Team Cups. Yeah, what teams do we have here? Because I'm a neutral party, so it's fun. This is like the neutral watering hole, if you will. I am halfway through The Correspondent. I keep hearing about that one. Finally finished my first book of the readathon last night. I think you're ahead of me. I don't think I finished a book in June yet. That's how that is going for me. I started the third book in Victoria Aveyard's series. What is it called? The Realm Breaker series. So I started the last book in the series, which is great, but it's just very long. I'm like 5% in. So that is a current read. And then I keep saying I'm going to start Dungeon Crawler Carl, and that just keeps getting pushed off. Not because I'm reading something else per se, just because I'm simply not reading in general. There are other things that have been demanding my time. I'm reading Make Me Better by Sarah Gailey, horror book about a wellness cult. Ooh. I just read Sarah Gailey's Upright Women Wanted, which was a delightful, like I loved it. It was a really quick, almost like novella, speculative, Western feminist vibe that I loved. And then I have from the library Sarah Gailey's Magic for Liars that I hadn't heard anything about. It just looked really interesting. And then I feel like since then I've been seeing Sarah Gailey everywhere. So, and like titles that I hadn't heard of. And I have read other books about cults and kind of like satire and poking fun at the wellness industry. So that is right up my alley. A favorite of mine in that super niche subgenre is called The Atmospherians by Isle McElroy. It's like a dark comedy satire about this like failed influencer who starts a cult to reform like toxic men in like the middle of the woods, and it is entirely unhinged. It's an excellent read. Reading Where Ivy Dares to Grow by Mariel Thompson for Team Pentacles. Love it. Team Pentacles, Team Cups. Yes. It just won the women's prize. Wait a second. Is this a Sarah Gailey one? No, The Correspondent just won the women's prize. Yeah. I did just see the women's prize announcement come out recently, but I haven't like looked into. I'm a little outside the news on the awards right now, but that's cool. Grading and writing report cards, fun. Yes, end of year activities. I'm alternating between Automatic Noodle, that is on my TBR, and The Book of Doors by Garrett Brown, reading for Team Cups. Very nice, very nice. Reading Teddy Bears Never Die. Finish it today before the library takes it back. Yeah, I just had one that got returned. What was that? I just got the notification from Libby. I can't remember now what it was, but they returned a book that I had not even started the audiobook, and it was automatically returned. So that gives you a sense of where I've been at recently. This is my first Sarah Gailey. Looking forward to picking up more from her. Her backlist is longer than I realized. Yeah, I think there are some real gems in there, because I feel like a lot of them I haven't heard of, but people keep speaking highly about them. And Upright Women Wanted was so just oddly specific and good that I wanted more from it. It was like the audiobook was 4 hours. That's the fact that you can tell an interesting, rich story in so few pages is amazing. And so I'm excited to see, read more of hers, because the one that I have now, Magic for Liars, is a much longer novel. So I'll be curious. I've had an off week, haven't been reading much, but have 2 titles for book clubs this upcoming week, so the weekend will be busy. Yeah, something must be going around, because I've just felt like I've been having an off week too. And nothing is really grabbing me reading wise. I just haven't been, I've been drawn to either other responsibilities. It's been one of those weeks or just other leisures, games or TV or gardening. I just haven't been reaching for my books this week. And I'm trying to be fine about that. I don't need to put too much pressure on myself for a hobby. That's silly. Very Virgo coded of me. Hello, reading Local Heavens by K.M. Fajardo while cooking dinner, and eventually hopefully finishing In the Watchful City by S. Q. Lu once I settle down. I love an audiobook with dinner, cooking dinner. That is a real vibe. Team Wands, Outing the Atmospherians. It is such a sleeper. It is so good. And they have their second book out is called People Collide, which is a husband and wife Freaky Friday their own bodies. And then one of them goes missing while they're Freaky Friday'd. So then they have to try and investigate where their partner went while they're in the other one's body. I haven't read it, but I own it. And every time I think about it, I'm just that sounds wild, and I can't wait to read it. But I love them. I've met them at I think that was LA Festival of Books a couple years ago, and I met them and kind of fangirled over them, and I'm excited to see them hopefully again soon, because now I have a snail tattoo. Not because of them, but Isle McElroy also has a snail tattoo. So I'd be excited to be this is a specific thing that we both share. But they're a lovely person. That's why my Kindle stays on airplane mode. Genius hack. For audiobooks, it doesn't help. Yeah. I think it loads as you read it, but that's okay. I can't even remember what book that was, so it's really not a big deal this time, but sometimes it really sneaks up on me. I'll be starting You Weren't Meant to Be Human, Go Team Cups. Very nice, very nice. What do we think about sprints tonight? I'm feeling an hour, and we just get through some serious reading time. Maybe a quarter after, in a few minutes, we'll start ourselves off strong. I read Spread Me a few months ago, and it was good, but so freaky and scary. But I guess that was a point, but I read half of it with my eyes closed. That's the thing, actually. I think Daijah was talking about that recently. I'm not a horror reader, period, in general. So I simply, that's not for me. I will not be touching Sarah Gailey's horror. And that's fine. But I did hear that one was just a wild wild read. I am loving Automatic Noodle so far. The characters all have such distinct personalities, and the social commentary is so well done. I love like foodie books like that, and that just seems like such a fun take on it. So I'm excited, and I love the cover for that one too. I started Pachinko last night and won Golden Summer this morning because I wanted to listen to something at work today. Team Pentacles, nice. I love when you have like an admin day, or just kind of like a day at work where you can like listen to like YouTube or to audiobooks. Like that really scratches an itch for me. That does sound wild, the Freaky Friday book. I love a weird lit fic. Yeah, me too. Me too. There's a shelf in my office where all my books are, because I organize by genre, and there's a shelf that I have that's like, I don't know, these are my weird books. Like, I don't know how to otherwise categorize them, except they're kind of weird and genre bendy, vaguely literary. And I have enough of them and have enjoyed enough of them to have a shelf of them. So I suppose that is a pillar of my taste. Hello. Okay, an hour sounds good. Sounds good. Excellent. Excellent. I was smirking at some of the stuff, and then I was like, wait, this is a creature, not a human. Why am I blushing? I know that was like horror erotica, I think is the one we're talking about, but monster romance is a whole thing of its own. That is also not my, that is not my truth. But boy, that is a whole other world. Submitted my first book from my spread yesterday, which also counted towards the team challenge. Yes, I'm loving, because I've been keeping an eye on my on the points throughout the week after the first like points update. It's like very interesting to see some of the teams have like adjusted their strategies or have doubled down on their strategies. So it should be an interesting update in a couple of days on Sunday night for the next one. Oh, I was just thinking, Laura. I'm like, I think Laura's here, the monster romance expert, to share the expertise that I do not have. But yeah, I know that people are into it. It's a whole rich subgenre of its own for sure. Okay, I was just messing around with StreamYard earlier today, so let's see if I can figure this out again with sharing some timers situations here. We're gonna reset. Okay. Go back here. And then let's do, how did I do this earlier? Okay, close. No, wait a second. Well, there was something that I had earlier. Oh, yeah, up here. Okay, I think that's it. I was just like messing around with the layouts on the back end. I think that's good. I'll start the timer in a moment. So have a lovely hour reading or whatever you're going to do, and I'll see you an hour from now. Love you, bye. Hello. Welcome back. Let me go pause that so it doesn't jump scare us. Okay. How did we do? I finished out my workday unless something blows up in the last hour of a Friday, but I think we're going to be okay. Which means I just went and did my own tarot reading for the day. And then now I'm going to start jamming through some other folks' readings from the Etsy orders. I have fallen a little bit behind on this week because that's just what happens. So we're up for a fun Friday evening vibe. But tell me how your first hour was. Oh, I also took off the polish that was on my nails. So I think as a reward, after another hour of sprints or so, maybe then I'll paint my nails. You guys can help me decide what color or colors we're gonna do, because I've just been neglecting. That's like a piece of my self-care that I really love and look forward to, and I just like have not had my nails nice recently, so I got to get back on that. But it feels good to be like officially in the weekend. Okay, let's see where we're at. Happy Friday. Welcome if you're just joining us. I did some washing and did my daily tarot pull. Me too. What was my card of the day? I already forgot. Four of Cups, I think, for me. Feeling kind of like restless and disconnected, which absolutely tracks for me today. I got to 59% of Brimstone. Very nice, very nice. 105, page 105 of Snake Eater. I don't know how much I read, maybe 30 pages. That's always me, is like, I don't think to like look at the starting point. So I'm like, I don't know, I read or I didn't. Like I made some kind of progress. Chicken feed, coffee made, trying to decide what to read now. Nice. I know I switched from my morning caffeine to my afternoon caffeine. Like in the afternoon, usually I'll drag out a cup of coffee until like 2:00. And then I'll switch over to my afternoon caffeine, which usually is a Diet Pepsi. I only have 40 pages left of Automatic Noodle. I think it's a new all-time favorite. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to move that up my list. I really do keep seeing it make the rounds, and it just looks so good and cute. And like it also has a lot to say, and I love that in books that can do all of that. Hello, just finished my book Heavenly Bodies. Amazing. I'm glad that you love it. I finished preparing dinner for the kids, did some dishes, 61% of the way into Local Heavens. I don't know what that is, but we've got lots of heavenly books in the chat today. Amazing. I'm glad you got to do a reading for yourself for a change. You know, it's kind of a non-negotiable for me that like before I read for other people, I gotta do my own reading. Otherwise it's gonna get tangled together. So it's kind of like setting a foundation. So that was good. But I pulled, my formula for the way that I do my daily like card pulls for my journaling has been the same. And it takes away the decision fatigue of like, what do I ask today? What cards do I pull today? It's really always the same. And it was interesting today. Like sometimes it just really is on the nose, especially when I do it later in the day like this. It's like 4:30 almost. So it becomes like more of a reflection in a way. And it's like, yeah, you really got me today. I got the Four of Cups. It was the only tarot. I really only pull one tarot card a day unless I'm called to do more. Yesterday, I did pull 2 tarot cards and got the Tower and the Hanged Man. And yesterday was a fun day, I'll tell you that. So today my tarot card was Four of Cups. And then I also pulled the Black Egg from an animal deck that I have, which is like about like authenticity and speaking with, like allowing yourself to truly express and use your voice. And then I have a word deck, like I don't know, it's called the Sovereign Oracle. It's like the cards are like this big. It's one of my favorite Oracle decks that I own. And every card has like a word on it and then a couple little like, I don't know, reminders or phrases that I love. So that was knowledge. And then what was my last card? Like an angel number card that I got, the number 1212, which is about choices, decisions, and addressing inner conflict. So it just was really very on the nose for me today. I guess I could take this banner away for now. Remind me, because I know we're trying to have a cozy, productive Friday night. It is 4:22. Let's aim to do another sprint at like 35 after. That gives us a good 10 minutes or so to chat a little bit here. I just don't want to get too off the rails, so you have to keep me honest. Oh, chicken fed. Yes, I assume that's what you meant. Happy Friday. Welcome. Welcome. Just painted mine purple. You know, I think what I'm probably leaning towards is I have like a periwinkle blue that just feels very summery to me. So that might be, I might lean towards that. But I also sometimes like to do two different, like one hand, two different colors. So I might do a light blue and a dark blue. We'll see how I feel in an hour or so. Got to 13%, a bit of a late start. I mean, you got the whole, well, I guess I don't know what time zone you're in. I was going to say you have the whole evening ahead of you. My daily poll was 5 of Cups reversed. That's a fun one. Hey, y'all, 55% of Arcane Inheritance. It's getting crazy. It sounds like a fun place to be. It's a cyberpunk Gatsby retelling. Now, wait a second. What were we talking about? Local Heavens. I will be adding that to my list. Thank you. Thank you. It's efficient with the reader's time, sub 200 pages, but cram-packed with incredible characters, world building, stakes, and emotion. I love that. That's what we were just talking about with Sarah Gailey in the last hour. It's like, I love, you put that so well, like efficient with the reader's time. Like you can tell a good story and pack things in fewer pages, I think speaks to the talent and the craft of the writer. Tower and Hanged Man. Yeah, it very much was like, you gotta change this or it's gonna change for you. Like you gotta make a call on something very specific that I have been putting off. So that was a call out. But like, guess what? I made the decision. So that was much needed. It's been on my radar. I need to check it out soon. Yes. I love to pull a morning, afternoon, evening 3-card spread at the end of a day. You know, something I used to do that I just kind of have fallen out of recently, but I used to also pull, I saw this from someone on TikTok, I think like years ago, where when they're doing their like daily pulls, they will also pull one card and leave it face down and then look at it the next day when they go to do their next day's cards. And it's meant to be like, what lesson was I learning yesterday? And it's kind of an interesting way to add some reflection like to your cards after the fact that was really fun. Sometimes I would use that also as like, what should I pay attention to in my dreams, and like leave it face down and then look at it in the morning. And that is really interesting, but I love creative ways to use the cards like that. Hello, less than 100 pages of Daggermouth. Amazing. It's good, I think, after the copyright expired in 2021, a lot of people made Gatsby retellings. Yes, that is true. I got a new D&D dice set for reading challenges and was just playing with them. Rolled 4 6s, like on different dice. Which dice was rolling the 6? The D6 or on the D20? We just had a couple days ago, every other Wednesday I DM like my friend's campaign. And we just started a brand new arc of our like pirate adventure campaign. That's been very fun. They are officially on a boat in the ocean. Encounters with pirates and sea monsters. It's a vibe. Listen, this happens all the time. I don't even think I noticed. I'm truly so used to it. My Starbucks name is Nicole, actually, because like it's just easy, and people like know Nicole, so they don't ask like, oh, what was that? It happens all the time, even when it's not autocorrect. It's just like the more common name, so I'm used to it. I take absolutely no offense. My only complaint so far is that I've read too many Gatsby retellings in the past few years. I don't think I know of some, but I don't think I've actually read on purpose any of the new Gatsby retellings. But it's been on my mind because I would like to do like an essay or a project or a video where I reread The Great Gatsby, because I have not read it since I read it in high school. And then I think it would be fun to compare it in like a structured video project format to a bunch of the retellings. I think that would be fun. I did that with Frankenstein several years ago, and I have a few classics that I intend to do kind of like in a similar style. I like that the face down thing. Yeah, it's interesting. It like didn't really stick as far as like something I do every day, but every once in a while I'll still put a card face down, and it's like a fun little surprise, especially if you need an extra little carrot to go and do your cards the next day. It's fun to like leave a little surprise for yourself, to be like, oh, well, I want to see what my card was for yesterday. So that's fun. Hello, my friend. Happy Friday. Hello. I rolled all 7 dice. I don't know which ones specifically, but 4 of them were 6s. That is pretty wild. There was one of the, I don't know why that just made me think of this. Maybe we were talking about D&D, but one of the monsters they were fighting had like 3 in our D&D campaign on Wednesday, has like 3 multi-attacks, which means that me, the DM, rolls 3 D20s to see if it like is going to hit their target. And I rolled 3 17s on 3 D20s. I'm like, that is very, very unlikely to hit the same number 3 times in a row, but I love things like that. My Starbucks name is Annie. I love that we all have those. That would be so cool. I have suggestions. Excellent. Please tell me your suggestions. I need the list. I want to read The Chosen, the Beautiful. That is a retelling. That one is on my list. I have a few others somewhere in a note that I made. My Starbucks name is a type of coffee. I should change it so I don't have the same conversation every time. Yeah, my Starbucks name is just easy because then it just doesn't continue the conversation. Like sometimes when I have to give my name as Noelle, then it's like, oh, was that Noelle? How do you spell that? Not that they care either. It's just like, I used to be a barista. I used to be in hospitality. So I'm like, let's just make this easy for all of us. And I will respond when you say the name Nicole. If you're mailing people tarot cards, does that mean you're depleting decks and the next pull won't be from a full deck? That is true. And actually what's funny is I got to a point like a week ago where I had to replete replete my decks. So I have like literally in front of me is a stack of fresh decks that are going to go into this next round of cards. Because yeah, it's like they should be drawing from a full deck most of the time. Laura, YouTube has decided to show me all of your previous vlogs from 2023. That's so funny. Sometimes YouTube just decides that it needs to be very specific. I'll make a list later and put it in the Discord. Yes. I would much appreciate that. I use the Starbucks app so they get it right, but I work phone customer service and hear everything closely rhyming with my name. Yeah. Yeah. My last name is also like unusual and difficult to spell and has like silent letters. So anytime that I'm on the phone and I have to like spell my name to someone is like one of my least favorite things. It's just such a silly, like there's gotta be a better way to do this than to like have to painstakingly spell something difficult over the phone. There's gotta be an app. Oh yes, I appreciate it regardless. I need you to insist that it's spelled the whole 7 pages in remembrance of the old channel name. You know, maybe that should be my new Starbucks name. I'll just become one of those people that's like puts my handle everywhere. 17 on all the dice is wild. Yeah. I definitely had to Google because it felt weird. I had been doing tarot right before and I was glad it was 4 and not 3 sixes. You know, the number 666 is like really just about like choice than it is anything like spooky or freaky. But I guess it depends on what beliefs you subscribe to. But like most of my decks that have like numbers or angel numbers in them have 666 like as an angel number, and it's not any better or any worse. It just has like a different resonance than the other numbers. I DM 2 campaigns IRL. So every other Wednesday, I host a group of people with 6 players, Laura, 6 real players plus me. That's a big party. But it's fun. We've been playing for almost a year now, which is just a delight. And I've homebrewed everything because of the person that I am. So it's completely made up. I've made up everything. I've made up the world. I've made up all of the plot, all of the NPCs, everything from the dome. And then the other campaign is on the off weeks of that one on Fridays. And usually it's a little bit smaller. It's more loosey-goosey. People kind of come in and out. We usually have like 4 players at that campaign. And it's set in the same world as my Wednesday group, just about 300 years in the past of like relative timeline during like basically like a dragon caused apocalypse in the world, also fully homebrewed. Yeah, it takes a lot of my time, but it's a really fun outlet for my creativity right now. Just the last year has been a really, really fun outlet for me as I learn to DM and run a game and make games fun for other people and learn everyone's play styles. Like, it's been also the best thing for my creativity that no one ever tells you is like forget writing advice and creative advice. Like all we need to be doing is telling people to play D&D and the floodgates open. I tell you that. My name is pretty normal, but my street name is a nightmare to give over the phone. It sounds like 3 separate normal street names, but all smooshed into one word instead. That is a tough one. I read street name and took it a whole other way. Like, oh, she has a secret side. I was thinking like your rap name or something. I'm like, what's your street name? And then I figured it out. Okay, I did say we would sprint at 35 after. Let's do that. Let's see if I can remember the StreamYard arrangement that I had. If I put that back in. There we go. There we go. Okay. I will see you back in another hour. Love you. Bye. Hello. How did we do? I guess I'm singing for some reason. Okay, pause that. Take this banner off. How did we do? I made it through in that hour. 3 tarot readings. They take me 15 to 30 minutes a piece, so that's about right. But oh my gosh, we really covered the spectrum on vibes and intensity across those 3. It's just so funny, like tapping in to different energies, different people. Like this last one is like actually funny, like is sarcastic and funny and like cheeky. And then the one before that was like heavy and serious. It's just like it amazes me. But we're vibing. How did we do? What did we read? I think I'm gonna have to get a snack and refill my water bottle because for some reason I just got like very thirsty this last message. I don't even remember where we were at. Somewhere up. I think we were talking about D&D. Probably like around here. Hello, happy Friday. 7 players in homebrew. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's only that way because I set it up that way with all of the gumption of someone who had never done it before. And now, knowing what I know now, it's like I would never have started a campaign with 6 players fully homebrewing everything. But that's kind of the beauty of it. Because now I have it and it's like the most special thing of my month is like getting to play pretend with my friends in the world that I built and the adventures that I created for them to explore. So it's a great time. Yeah, street name or your rapper name. D&D every week. I am blessed. I mean, I would, if I could have it my way, I would love for it to be like not DMing every week. That's hard and is like low key. The fatigue is getting to me a little bit. I would love to be a player more often. Like if I could alternate DMing and playing like every week, I think that would be perfect. But right now it's a lot of being puppet master, circus. What's the word? Circus keeper? You know what I'm saying. The one that, runs the games. If you ever want to set up a laptop, I will let you know. It is a fun group. I miss playing D&D. It's been a few years since my party imploded. That is rough. I feel pretty lucky. Both of the groups that I have right now are very, very good sports, very like considerate and generous players. Like the dynamic and chemistry is pretty good right now. Yes, because I am channeling my writing and my creativity into mostly D&D right now. And this was before sprints because I did put in here that my husband recently was like, he's in both parties. Like he plays D&D in both campaigns. Perks of the the marriage contract, I guess. But even he was like, hey, as much as I like playing D&D, do you think that maybe this is like taking away from your fiction writing time? And I was like, what? No, that's crazy. That can't be true. What? It definitely is. Hello, your games sound fun. Thank you. It's really a fun vibe. It's like, imagine if Studio Ghibli was like in a pirate world, and also was like 20 degrees less cozy and 20 degrees more funny and like, I don't know, kind of like weird humor. That's my campaign. Wes says that my NPCs, I'm simply incapable of making NPCs that are not funky little guys. I cannot make a serious NPC. I mean, they are like serious. They have like real stakes and real stories to them. It's not like I'm just making meme characters, but I just have to make them a little goofy. I guess it's just a signature, if you will. Busy writing D&D worlds. Honestly, maybe it'll come back around and I'll just put that world into a novel. We'll see. Yes, I do take lots of notes. My players take pretty good notes too. But yeah. Happy Friday. These have been gardening sprints for me. I am so tired. Oh my gosh. I need to do a good gardening chunk this weekend. I think I am harvesting our first zucchini of the season tonight because I swear she appeared overnight. That's how zucchini works. I'm like, this morning I'm like, where did this zucchini come from? Ready to eat. Like this big. I'm like, you were not there yesterday, I swear. But yeah, I need to do some work out there tomorrow for sure. I realize I haven't eaten dinner yet. It's 8 p.m. here. In case anyone needs to be reminded to feed themselves, I do need to do that. And I do need the reminder usually. I read a good chunk over a third of the way in now. Amazing. Finished automatic noodle and got myself some dinner. That's awesome. That is a good productive sprint. And you are making progress on Brimstone. That's great. Got 40 pages into Goddess of Filth. All right. 22% into Yesteryear, cackling at it with my husband. I gotta read that. I just have FOMO about the discourse. And I think that I will like get a real kick out of it. I got to 51%, was hoping to get another 8% in for a total of 15%, but family members took over. I'm off to bed now. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. 150 pages of Absolution. Just started Bloodbound. We are having a good reading Friday. With bedtime, I only got to 66% of Local Heavens, but I'm probably going to do some half-assed gardening before the sun goes down, and then I'll relax. That is always me. I'm rarely ever full-assing my gardening. It's like I always just feel like I'm barely keeping up on it. That's the type B. That's the type B gardener right there. Ringleader, thank you. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Circus ringleader is how it feels to run a campaign for 6 people. 18% into The Last Unicorn. First time ever reading it. I haven't read that one either. And I just made a list recently of like classic fantasy that I want to have read, to like really feel like I've earned my fantasy stripes. I've read the classics, be able to say I've read the classics. And I know that is such a beloved one. And it's like, as far as fantasies go, it's like relatively short and is a standalone. So that would be a good one to get done. I got 18% into You Weren't Meant to Be Human, but had to take a break to do other things for a bit. Amazing. We finished a whole 2-year campaign and we're more than halfway through our second campaign, but interpersonal conflict scattered us to the winds. Yeah, unfortunately, I know that to be relatively common. Yes. We are through, they're technically still playing the same characters. We're like a year in to the campaign, but we're on now, I'm calling this like chapter 3 as they've just been going along. But so far so good on that group of people. And then our other campaign is maybe like 8 months in. I started it not too long after the first one. Just finished that today. So good. The ending hit hard for me. I don't remember. Oh, You Weren't Meant to Be Human, I think is what we're talking about. I have a beast of a zucchini growing. I'll have to take a pic for the Discord. Oh my gosh, that happens to me every year where I'll think that I'm like keeping up on my zucchini. And then one day I'll go out and I'll just have a zucchini this size of a newborn. Like, I don't know how it happens. I love growing zucchini because they're just so dummy proof. Like, you don't need to do anything and you will have just buckets and buckets of zucchini. But I always, every summer, I'm like, I burn myself out on squash because you can only do so much. You can only do so much with zucchini coming out of your ears, but it's fun every time. I don't think I'm ready. I've read 7 chapters of Pachinko and working on a puzzle. Oh my gosh, who was just telling me about their puzzling hobby recently? And it made me think like, wow, I don't know when the last time I like used my hands to put a puzzle together. I love puzzle games and video games, and I love like Sudoku or other like puzzle written games. But like a jigsaw puzzle, I could not tell you the last time I did that. My grandmother has named herself, this is a fun fact. My grandmother says that she's the self-appointed puzzle captain of her like retirement village. And she curates the puzzle in the lobby area and is the keeper of the puzzle. And she likes to do the edge pieces because she says that way everyone else, can focus on the puzzle, the fun part. But what, really she does the edge pieces because that's her favorite part. And she gets a little bit salty if someone finishes the edge piece. Like if she can't do it in one sitting and she'll come back to like the lobby or whatever, and someone has finished the edge pieces, she's like very, she's not Southern, but she is 90. So she has a little bit of that in her, and she'll kind of like backhanded be like, well, it sure was nice of them to finish the edge pieces. And it's like, we all know that's what you like to do, but she cracks me up. So I got to get back into puzzling one of these days. I think we'll sprint in a couple more minutes. I feel like we have a good momentum going. I'm at 14% in Daughter of No Worlds. That's pretty good. You guys, I think I'm 5% into the book I'm reading. So you're all making excellent progress. Why can't I say that word tonight? Progress. Half the reason I started The Last Unicorn is I needed something of a very different vibe after got it. I believe in you. When we have zucchini, the whole neighborhood and family also have zucchini. Yes. We just had new neighbors move in. And I told her when they moved in, like a month or two ago, I was like, just so you know, don't grow tomatoes or zucchini. I mean, like, do what you want, but like, regardless, I will have zucchini and tomatoes for you. Don't even worry. It will just show up on your doorstep. And she was like, okay. I am an edge pieces girly. Yeah, it's great. It makes it just like you feel so accomplished. I share swap puzzles with my 97-year-old grandma. That is so cute. I love that. She cracks me up. They have like such a collection at like the assisted living home where she's at. So it's like her greatest joy is choosing the puzzle for the season or for whatever holiday or whatever her whims, like she loves it. And everyone just goes along with it. I'm like, you guys are just so cute. Okay, it's a process. Oh gosh. Okay, should we do another sprint? I'm thinking. Even before I started it, I was like, oh no, I need something lighter after this. I feel like what did I read recently that was like, I needed a palate cleanser? maybe it was one of the, I've been reading more nonfiction than usually I have in my reading diet, and that makes me feel like, okay, I need like something fun and good and has a story and an arc to it after a nonfiction. But maybe I don't know that I've read like heavy fiction super recently like that. But I'm thinking we just continue this great streak, the momentum that we have. I'm feeling like an hour is the sweet spot. So let me put this back in here. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Let's do a little reset. Skip. Start. Okay, I'll see you in another hour. Hello. How did we do? Welcome back. Pause. Okay, we're back. We're back. I feel like we're making good progress. I think I'll probably do like one more sprint if y'all are up for it. I'm feeling like this is what I needed to get me out of my like funk this week. Is just focus time, getting things done, busting it out. It's like it's making me feel good going into the weekend to just get some things done. Maybe I will get some real reading done this weekend. How cool would that be? Let's see. How was everyone's reading? Are we eating dinner? I still have not done that yet. I need to do that this next sprint if we keep going, I think. But I feel like I'm okay. Do any of you have good like recipes for what to do with peaches or like stone fruits? Because I have peaches that I need to do something with, and today I was like, peaches just sounds like so summery. I'm like, maybe I'll make like a peach cobbler. And then I also got, I think maybe they're plums in like our produce box. So I'm like, maybe I'll do some fun thing with our fruits this evening. But I do need to like actually feed myself. And then maybe I'll make like a fun dessert just for funsies. Oh my gosh, let's see. I have to go eat something. Okay, yes. I think yes. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy your evening. Read a little more and had chips and salsa. Now that sounds great. I'm feeling just like snacky, but I know I should really eat something, but I'm really in the mood to just be snacking. Ate and got through another chapter of Cape Fever audiobook. Amazing. I love this is so productive for you. Yes, I really am. Like the body doubling accountability buddy system really works for me. It was a chat with a sister and have a lunch sprint. Love it. I started a new book, and so I'm continuing my other book. I always have a few going at once. Like, what's the new book? Okay, yes. Up for another sprint. You're going to finish Brimstone. Didn't you start like around 30%? Am I making that up? I feel like you've made a lot of progress on that book this sprint. Yeah, one more sounds good. I'm feeling like, then we can all enjoy the rest of our Friday. But I could use one more, I think. Sitting down and reading In the Watchful City. Have about 30 pages left. Okay. So you could finish that in one more sprint, I bet. Peach salsa. Now there's an idea. After I just said chips and salsa sounded good. Maybe that's meant to be. That does sound great. I know, I need other veggies and fruits. What do I have? I don't know that I have. My tomatoes are not quite there yet in the garden. Probably like 2 weeks from now, I will have tomato get-in happening. But that's a good problem to have. I love homegrown tomatoes. People that don't like tomatoes, I just can't resist asking them, like, have you ever tried growing your own tomatoes? It's just so different. They taste so different than like the bland, terrible tomatoes you get from the grocery store. Cobbler's Crisps salsa. I have a recipe for peach crumble bars. That sounds good. I know I want something like brown sugary with the peaches is the specific craving. I'll have to do some research. Stone fruits go great in salads. That's true. I do have maybe I'll do like something with like the plums. I do have good salad greens. Grilled peaches. I did that last summer. We did like grilled bourbon peaches. And that was awesome. I probably still have that recipe somewhere. It was really, really fun. We haven't done our first like grill out of the year yet. Usually it's about this time of year we start cooking outdoors. Peaches are good in summer salads too. I love me a salad. I'm always like, My family always puts me in charge of like the salads for any like family get-togethers, and I'm like, I just go way too. I'm just too extra about it. I am a princess about my salads. I'm not talking about spring mix and dressing. No, ma'am. It will be, there will be a crunch. There will be a cheese. There will be a topping. There is a nut and a fruit and some kind of different greens. I will be making the dressing from scratch. It's like, I love a good salad. Oh, this is the other book you started, The Summer of Broken Rules. I mean, it sounds seasonal, so it's a good time. I know. It does sound like refreshing. Last week we did a, it's like a shrimp, like shrimp miso cabbage kale salad. And that was delightful and like so fresh and summery. 44% of yesteryear. It's so good. It helps that I went into it knowing it was definitely for me. That's how I think that I'm going to be about it too. It's like, I just think it's going to speak my language. 30% sounds right. Yeah, I feel like progress has been made. Tomatoes and peaches makes a great, is it panzanella or panzanella? I don't know. Our peaches are almost ripe. Do you grow peaches? I'm jealous. I would love to have fruit trees. That sounds awesome. Okay, that is a good reason to not eat tomatoes if you're allergic to them. That's you. You get a pass. I'm the same way with blue cheese. It hurts my foodie heart. Oh, it's such a bummer. Oh, it's such a bummer. A friend of mine in college is allergic to onions and garlic. Like, it can't even be in the kitchen because they're aromatics. So it's like, can't even be in a kitchen if you're cooking onions and garlic. And I'm like, that would be a tough one for me. I don't know what I do without onions and garlic. You know those memes of like when you're cooking onions and garlic and your spouse is like, wow, what smells so good? And it's like just the onions and garlic. That's me. This is the base of everything. Yes, I have a peach tree. I think it's a required Georgia resident trait. That makes sense. That makes sense. There is a lot of folks here because I'm in California, like Central Coast, and citrus does really well here, but we don't own our house, so we don't. I've been like very hesitant to try and do like a fruit tree, even in like a big container, because like we could move it if it's in a big container, and they also make like dwarf fruit trees, dwarf citrus trees especially. So I'm like, I just haven't felt brave enough to try and do that. But they also do similar with like blueberries and blackberries are also very common here. So I'm like, I would love like a little blueberry bush or something. But usually it's just my annual vegetable garden. Pindu in the hobbies thread. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Cinnamon. I love cinnamon. I will take a look. I'm allergic to tomatoes, pineapple, kiwi, and severely avocado. That's so interesting. Is there something like, are those all different allergies, or is it like those all have like one allergen in common? I am so curious. Like, I know some people are like allergic to mango, because the skin of mangoes has like something in common with poison oak or poison ivy. I'm just fascinated. I have learned a lot about allergies recently because our dog has a lot of allergies that we have been discovering over the last 6 months or so. It's really been a journey. So he has a very, very sensitive tummy and many allergies. So I'm like always having to cross-reference and read ingredients. And I am that person now when anyone offers my dog a treat or we go anywhere, I'm like, I'm really sorry. Like, you can't give him a treat. I'm sorry, unless I know what it is or it's a treat that I have that you can give him. It's just, it's a lot. We'll speak of the devil. Just heard him tip-tapping around. I made a pan-grilled peaches with a nut coffee and ice cream. Nut toffee and ice cream? I wish I could remember the recipe book. I would post it in the Discord. Wow, that sounds delicious. That sounds so good. Nut toffee, I figured. Are you allergic to latex? Okay, I am also mildly allergic to latex. It has to be prolonged contact. But I will break out into hives. When my allergy was worse, I did poorly with all of those. Wow, I will be so sad if I develop more of an intense latex allergy. That's such a bummer. The only way that I found out I was allergic to latex is I had surgery on my hand a couple of years ago, maybe like 3 years ago now. And they wrapped my hand in like latex gauze afterwards up my wrist. And it was fine for like the first 12 hours. And then after that, I woke up the next day and my whole body, especially this arm, was covered in hives. And I thought it was a complication from my surgery. I was freaking out. And my surgeon was like, surgery site looks fine. Surprise, you're allergic to long exposure to latex. So that was a discovery in my late 20s. We have a dwarf potted key lime that we got just before our wedding. He's 20 this year. No idea how he's alive. He's more trying than the marriage. Oh my gosh. Yeah. People that keep a lot of fruit trees, especially kind of these the specialty varieties, I know they take on personalities of their own. That's an old one. Let's plan to sprint at 10 after. What do we think? Maybe 15 after. I believe kiwi and avocado can be part of a latex allergy. That's what my banana allergy seems to be. Oh my gosh. Wow. Avocado especially, I would be bummed. I don't actually know if they share anything, but it's all the same reaction. It's intense burn to the point of blisters and blood in my mouth and any part of my body it touches. Yeah, I am not that extreme. At least have not been so far with latex. Just full body hives. Yeah, mango allergies, watermelon too, I think are tied to poison oak, poison ivy, and other members of the family. Huh. I did not know that about watermelon, but I thought I had heard that about mango. Yes, allergic to latex, the same burning reaction. Wow. I had a breast reduction and they ignored my chart and put latex drains in. That's a nightmare. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't even remember the first few days. Yeah, I'm sure. That is wild. I was fully 20-something years old when I realized I was allergic to bananas. I love bananas. I eat banana-flavored desserts. I had banana cupcakes for my birthday as a kid. Oh my gosh. It's the same reaction. Now I'm feeling like I'm mixing up everyone's. Oh, this was yours. Similar. Okay, similar to latex. You guys are teaching me things. Latex is a dream killer. I know. The last time I went to the dentist, because your doctors are always like, oh, any allergies? And now I always say, I am allergic to latex. And it was just funny. I was at the dentist one time, and after he's done the whole exam, has had his glove-covered hands all over my face, my mouth. He's like, hey, no allergies, right? And I was like, oh, latex. He very quickly was like, oh, shit, I should switch my gloves. And I was like, yeah, bud. Just pill by day. Yeah, it's definitely enough. But like I said, it has to be the prolonged exposure, which is why maybe I've been okay with like the food related ones, because I don't feel like it's as long of an exposure as that usually needs to trigger for me, but I don't know. But I also know like allergies can develop, which, I'll just live it up until if and when that ever happens. I Googled banana allergies and they told me a bunch of foods that can trigger latex. That's so odd. I'm fascinated. Maybe wrong on watermelon. I mean, I don't know. I don't know either. Mango for sure. It's been a few days since I read that book. Oh, recent. Okay, well, you would know. You would know more than me. Being allergic to any fruit or veg would be my nightmare. I feel like it's probably just like you don't like, oh, I can't have that, or it will be very bad for my health, But me, who loves these fruits and vegetables, is like, I know that I would miss them, but I probably would rather not have allergic reactions. But I know it's like, there are things that would be tough for me not to have. I don't think doctors around me use latex. I didn't find out until my 20s when a partner used a latex condom. That's crazy. What a way to discover that. That's a buzzkill. Latex allergy gets worse with exposure. Yeah. Mine is so much better now. Proof that avoiding your problems is helpful. I'll co-sign that. Totally. Have you heard of the take that makes you allergic to red meat? No. That is wild. That's one of those stranger than fiction things. I'm vegan, so it really would. I'm mostly like pescatarian. Like the long before be vegan but bacon was a thing. I don't know if y'all had seen that going around. It was like, okay, just be vegan plus bacon then. If that's what it is, fine. I like to say I'm like 90-10 pescatarian. Sometimes I really want a burger and I'll have it, but 9 times out of 10, I am not eating meat unless I really want it. The tick terrifies me. We've been getting warnings about it in the South. Wow. I still eat bananas sometimes. I get a bunch of pinprick stabby pains on the roof of my mouth after I eat it, but I don't care. I like that you're like, I simply will be enjoying this food. I will be having a banana. Yeah, if you get bit and eat a mammal, you become deathly ill. And full body hives and other things I won't mention. That's wild. That is wild. It causes a dairy allergy too. See, I am sensitive to dairy, but like now I'm just so used to avoiding it, except for cheese. I just can't be stopped, and I will pay the consequences. I don't care. But everything else, and non-dairy ice cream is really good now too. There was for a while there, you really couldn't find good non-dairy ice cream. But now that's not really a problem anymore. But I will be eating cheese. I just will. That's like someone and their bananas is me and the cheese. I'll pay the consequences. Yeah, I don't really think about it unless someone offers me something. Totally. Yes. I know. Let's do our one last sprint. Yeah, I'll just take Lactate and live it up. Exactly. Cheese is why I'm not vegan. You can be vegan but cheese. That's like, I don't know, it's like sometimes we get caught up in like the labels or doing it right or being 100%. But that's like for years now has been my diet that confuses everyone else except me, which is like, well, I don't really follow rules. I'm just most of the time I eat vegetables or fish, except when I really want meat. I just don't eat chicken at all. It just gives me the ick, and I wish that it didn't. But I swear to God, one day I woke up and was like, I can't. Actually, there is excellent vegan cheese on the market now too. We have a really great. This is going to be the most Californian sentence. we have a great vegan cheesemonger in our town, and like you would never know. Like I love all of their vegan cheese. It just happens. That's the thing is like it just happens to be vegan cheese, but it is like objectively great. Okay, let us do one last sprinty poo, and then we will call it an evening. Now I am like actually hungry. all of our fruits and vegetables and allergies. Okay, let me put us back up here. Restart for another hour. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Hello. That just scared me for no reason. Hello. That was our last sprint. We made it. It is getting dark. What an evening we had ourselves. How did we do? I know some of y'all have already called it an evening. That is just fine. We'll be wrapping up here shortly, I think. I will be back in literally 12 hours. I have sprints tomorrow morning, Saturday morning as well. So you're not getting rid of me. I will be here. I'll post, I mean, it's scheduled on my channel already, but I will post it in the Discord too, ahead of the morning. I'm glad this was the last sprint. Getting a bit of a headache, so I'm getting off screens. That sounds like the right move. Yes. Thanks for the experience. Happy reading, everyone. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Friday. I got 94% into Brimstone, and you'll be finishing it. That is quite an accomplishment. I feel like you read the whole book on sprints. 21%. Amazing. I've been severely distracted and only got to page 153, but hopefully I'll get it finished tonight. Yeah, you only have 30 pages to go. I think that's pretty good. Okay, my friends, I am going to finish my stack of tarot readings and then call it a night. And I will see you tomorrow morning in actually exactly 12 hours. So get some rest. I hope you do something fun on your Friday night or morning, whatever the time zone is. I'll see you soon. Thanks for the sprints. I mostly doom scrolled. You know what? It sounds like maybe you needed it. Just turn your brain off. Sometimes that's what you need. Okay, good night. Love you.